Hello, 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 friends. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it may be for you. Welcome back to Get Your Roll On. I am Captain Kirk, and we are going to be getting back to our scene in Foundry today. And based on the stream title, you can probably guess that we are going to be getting into some VFX. Right, some visual effects. So some just little detail things that I feel like are easy to do to help bring the scene more to life, to make it feel more interactive. So I am just gonna go over to the Foundry community real quick and drop a link. Hey, what's up, American woman? Thank you. Thank you for your holiday cheer. Guten Morgen. Yes. Good morning to you as well. Morning, good morning. Like I said, I'm just about to drop a link really quick over on the Foundry Discord for the stream, and then I'm gonna get rocking and rolling here. And continuing to work on the scene in Foundry that we've been working on for the past few streams now. So for those of you who may not have been here for the previous ones, go through what we've done so far. So the first thing we went in and did is we set all of our regions. We made this insane rainbow gradient map thing here out of our map, and essentially we set up each one of these different regions to control the elevation of our tokens, so that they can actually like move around, and it handles all the verticality, if that was a word I could say, verticality of our map for us as we go through. Then we went in, we handled all of the walls, so this creates all of our sight lines, we put in all of our doors, everything like that. And so today we're going to start to get into some VFX, so some visual effects stuff. Essentially, we'll notice that there are a number of torches in this scene, right? Or on this map around, as well as a fireplace over here. And so I'm going to go through the way that I go about utilizing light, right? Or utilizing the light tools, lighting controls of Foundry, to give those a little more life, a little more animation, and then also how I layer on a couple different ones to me make it feel like the torch is in fact actually burning. And then last but not least, utilizing sound controls to actually add the ambient sound of like crackling flames to the torches within the scene. What is Devil Angel? Is that? Whose face is that? Is that just some random face? It almost looks like, oh God, why can't I? It almost looks like Jason Bateman. That face on that emoji. I don't think it is Jason Bateman, but it kind of looks like him. All right. So, get in here. And we'll go lights, camera, action. So the first thing that I'm going to do, right, once I get into my lighting controls, well, actually, I guess let me, the whole point of me only doing this on Foundry is so that I can, or only doing this on, there we go. Get some background tunes going, so that we can jazz up our creation here. It's the whole point of me only streaming this on Twitch and then uploading the video later. So let me see here. So yeah, we will get into lighting. Just seeing what this looks like. Oh yeah, so you can highlight your message. Yeah, I have on the docket that I do want to get custom emojis done for the channel in the not too distant future. But as far as like things that my funds are going to, so I actually have a PNG tuber avatar that is being worked on currently that I'll be using for the channel in the not too distant future that I'm super, super excited about. And, you know, thank you to, you'll see in my recommended channels list, Red Dog. Thank you to her because she's actually the one who found the artist for me. She's also a rock star and has a bunch of really cool D&D live streams on her channel semi-regularly. Well, pretty regularly. One that's, I think, every Thursday, and then another one that's every other Saturday. And some really cool games with some other really cool people as well. I was lucky enough to meet her through HoboZone, so people have probably heard me mention several times here on the channel. But I will make sure that on the VOD, links to both end up in there, right? But getting into what we're actually trying to create here. So I'm just going to throw down a light at first because you can, if you want, right? Whenever you create a light in Foundry, you can manually adjust the range like this, right? But if the way that I set up the regions and walls and everything else like that on this channel will tell you anything, it's that I'm neurotic about details. So I want to know how big is this flame, right? Well, so a standard torch in D&D, yes, I know the rules for the light distances of standard torches in Dungeons and Dragons, is 20 feet of bright light and 40 feet of dim light, right? But like we've talked about before, part of the reason why I've set up certain aspects of things on this map is I want it to feel megalithic, right? This fortress was intended to have originally been built by dragons, is now being, you know, essentially operated and occupied by giants and used for their purposes. So a giant's torch, right, if you figure somewhere in the range of a 15 to 20 foot tall person's torch is going to be significantly larger than the average person. So I am going to double the light ranges of those. And the cool part is if we open up our, so to get to this, you literally just come over here and double click your light source, right? The coordinates is just literally where it is on your map. That I position completely by hand. If you want to pixel perfect position your lights, though, this is how you can do that. That is not me, though. I will say that much. So then we're going to do light radius, right? So this is where I'm going to set my bright light radius and my dim light radius. And each of these are independent of one another, not additive, right? So it's essentially creating two overlapping lights, right? So I want my dim light radius to be twice as far as my bright light radius. So since we're considering these like basically double the size of a standard torch, I'm going to do bright light 40, dim light 80. Bam, I update that. Oh, and see, this is the other thing that is cool about when you start to put lights in your scenes, right? So one of the things immediately is it's going to show you the outline of this light. So this is something that I hadn't previously noticed before, but clearly I actually don't have this seam over here sealed. So it kind of serves dual purpose. Not only does it help you create like the VFX and the sort of ambiance that you're looking for in your scene, right? But let's see if I can't get these guys to line up properly here so that we can close this off and not have our light bleeding through. We'll click back over to our light tab. Looks like I managed to succeed with one and not the other, so we'll give it another shot here. And these are all kind of finishing touch details, right? That, you know, as you go through and you apply different layers of the different things that you're going to be doing within your scene, you're going to see those different pieces open up. And you're going to see exactly like where a seam might be like that's going to be sealed up because had we actually been playing, a seam like that would potentially allow for like vision through a door that was open or closed. And I want this door to be a door so that way when somebody goes and opens it, it creates the sightline or removes the sightline. So now we've got our light, right? So what is this light really doing for us? So this is actually where I find it's oftentimes useful to check that the light radius and color and things like that are the way that I want. So the cool part about Foundry is you're going to see on the lighting controls, transition to darkness, transition to daylight. As a GM, you're going to be able to use these any point in time during the game. So if you want to, in the middle of a scene, transition to night, or say that time has passed and now transition to night, you can do that. Some of you guys may already be very well familiar with that, but you know, I just wanted to go ahead and point it out. But I also find it a useful tool for checking what my lights really look like, because what I actually tend to do for most of my maps is I will actually build out everything, right, that I want it to be and set up all my light sources manually, and then I will transition it to night so that way the light sources are fully creating the ambiance that I'm looking for. Oh, forgive me. They have some folks next door doing some construction, and there's some very loud sounds, and my dog is very concerned about the house rattling boom that just came from that direction. So, but yeah, so now we can see what the light radius looks like. So I'm going to click back into the details here, and then this is where, because I know this is a torch, right, we think about what torch light does. This gives you the very easy way to come in here and do light animation, right? There's a bunch of different ones in here. There's even one called torch, right? So that gives you that kind of staggered, unnatural sort of flicker. And that is, in fact, what I actually use for all of my torches, right? The only other thing that I tend to come in and do is down here. You're going to notice that you have the opportunity for light color. Well, if you think about it, light coming from a flame isn't necessarily going to illuminate things in the same fashion as light coming from the sun, right? And this defaults, even though this shows black here, it basically defaults to being a white light. And so I want to give it a little bit of a sort of flamey orangey hue, right? So if I come in and do that, that's maybe a little too much, but we just play with it until it gets where we want it to be. Probably somewhere right here in the middle, right? And then maybe a little more orange. And there we go. And so now it's giving it more of the color that I'm kind of looking for from a torch light. The other thing that you can do here is you can dial up, right, or dial down the color intensity. For just a basic torch like this, I find that, you know, just the standard color intensity is fine. But the reason why this is cool is you can actually utilize these light controls, color intensity, things like that, to help create some layers of effects over, let's say you have a circle of glowing magical runes, right? Somewhere on your map. Well, there are ways that you can actually basically create sort of a ring of pulsing light that could overlay those to make it look as though those runes were glowing a little bit more. That's not something that we're going to be doing in this scene. Just kind of wanted to point out what some of the things that you could do with that are, right? So we pretty much got everything here, and we're feeling pretty good about this. Other things, just so that you can kind of see, luminosity. Luminosity is something that I'll typically only play with if I am going for those more very sort of dramatic, like enhancing the effect of something, like I'm trying to make these runes look like they're glowing, or I'm trying to make like this look like it's a portal or something like that. For just a standard light, you'll typically find that the standard 0.5 luminosity looks pretty good, right? And especially when you factor, we're going to be relayering this light over each one of our torches. Now, I do, even though I transitioned to night to do that piece, I do typically want to operate when it's in day mode, as far as actually like building out all of these lights, because I want to be able to see where I'm clicking. But the cool part is we now have this light source set up the way that we want. So there's really no reason for us to go create a whole bunch of extra lights. We can literally just click it, Control C to grab it, and Control V to paste, and why do more work than you need to? So we're just literally going to go around, and we're going to drop this torch light on each of our spaces, right? I'm a little less concerned. Well, I guess I've got some seams over here. And so see, this is exposing a lot of those little things. So let me click back to the light tab. Where was that one? That one's there. So I'll go ahead and fix this. And then check. Yeah, cool. We got that one. And then just fix this seam here. Boom. And, oh, no. It looks like they're overlapping, but there we go. Got that sealed up. And then in a second, I'm going to go back and I'm going to create another layered light source to go with these, that's going to make the torch flames look a little more alive and a little more like it's actually burning, in a way that almost makes it seem like it's animated when it's not. And clearly I was not very good at hitting the seams properly when I was doing all these doors. So just come fix this. And this is why I operate in Foundry. I don't build real homes. All right. Oh, well. While I've got that sitting there, let me fix these seams here. All right. And I think it was this one here, but I'm trying to grab the other side of this, but I guess I can move that. That's fine. Okay, and then nope. Cool, got that. So now we'll go ahead and drop this guy into place. All right, so we've got all of our torches. So the last thing that I'm gonna do, so this is, I'm gonna come to my wall controls here. So we reset this wall originally so that it's going to allow light to show through it. So I'm gonna do two things here. Well, actually first, I'm just gonna do this. And I'm actually just going to have it get, I'm going to actively try to get as close as I can to it without it overlapping. And specifically because, right, because I don't want it to bleed over into this other side. Although this is showing you a useful thing you can actually use in situations where you have a wall, right? There is spots where you can position it where you can actually have a light on both sides of the wall. So if that's ever something you're attempting to achieve, it is possible. Just very quickly, since I saw that it did that there, I wanted to do that. So I'm going to have this light on the outside. I want the like sort of inner glow of the inside of the fireplace visible, which is why I created this as an invisible wall. I'm going to use a different light for that. But the other thing too is that this fireplace is much, much bigger, right? So I actually want this to generate a much larger light. So we'll just, same thing. I mean, it doesn't need to be super, super intense. I want it to be roughly double the size or double the production of light, right? Of one of these torches. So now that we've dropped all of our main lights, this is where I will typically come back and I will transition the scene to night again, so that I can double check what my current lighting looks like, right? Okay, so it looks like yep. That's exciting. So it actually did not save any of the modifications that I made to our light here. But we can fix that fairly easily. So and I will show you guys how we can do that. So this is where Wiki Mass Edit comes in super clutch for us, right? So another reason why I use this mod. So I'm literally going to grab all my lights. I'm just going to scroll through, make sure. So it looks like I missed these two. So I'm just going to shift click them so that I have all of them. So Control Shift E. And then you're going to notice this now has all these different parameters like that are all the same things that you saw before when we were editing a light. However, now there's all these different like color codings around them and everything like that. And you'll also notice a series of checkboxes. Well, the cool part about what I'm doing now is this is only going to change the aspects of these lights that I specifically decide to change. So now if I go in and hit torch, it will switch them all to the torch light, right? So now we have the flickering torch light effect that we were actually looking for, that I thought I was copying and pasting everywhere, but I wasn't. That's all right. Able to fix it. And then now I'm going to go in and I'm going to make that color adjustment. So now I'm going to come here to the light color. I'm going to go, we had it kind of sitting somewhere right around in here. Now that I've got it on night mode, I'm going to see how much I want to dial in that sort of yellowy. I'm going to fade it a little more into an orange, right? And then the only downside is a lot of times with this, it's only going to do the one, but there we go. So now we have our burning torches. And fireplace, etc. So I'm gonna dial the brightness on this back just a little bit. If I bring it down to here, it should subdue it a little more. Cool. Yeah. Just a little bit, not a ton. So now is when I will go ahead and flip us back to daylight. Or actually, no. For this part, it probably is better to just leave it on night. So actually, I don't want to do that. So the next thing, we'll click here. I'll just unselect all my lights. And I'm actually going to move this one off, right? And I'll show you why I'm doing that, because I'm going to create the light in the space that I want it first. And then I'm going to go back and I will put this light back, and because we're going to be pretty much directly laying two different light sources over the top of one another, and so that's going to help create a little bit more of the effect of this fire looking a little more alive and seeming as though it were actually like burning and the flames were moving, right? Is it going to fully animate it for us? No, but there's a lot that we can do with these lighting effects that are just kind of neat. So for this, I'm not going to be as exact, right? For this, I just want it to be the size of my flame. Okay, well, groovy. I've succeeded. So now light animation. So for this, I want a deeper, like more intense red color, right? So update, and then sometimes you may need to click off to a different control so that you can see what this actually looks like, right? So I'm just checking that very quickly. I'll come back. And for this is a place where I'm going to play with the color intensity some. So I'm going to jack the color intensity all the way. I'm going to dime it, right? And now we can see that that red is much more pronounced. But we're going to apply an effect to this that's going to give it a little more of that lively sort of crackling fire feel. So light animation. And I forget which one of these it is, so you'll have to forgive me for a moment as I go through these. I think it's is it swirling fog? Always have to check off and see. No, it's not swirling fog. All right. So it's been a minute since I've done this one. So let's see here. Mysterious emanation? What does that look like? No, I don't want weird swirly light thing here. It was, this is it. It's ghostly light. I always forget which one. Yep, that's the one I'm looking for, right? So ghostly light. And now I'm just going to take this and I'm just going to put it right over my torch here. Right? And now when we go back, okay, so I'm going to go in and I will now play with the settings until it has the appearance that I'm looking for here. And then this is where sometimes you need to bring the luminosity up. So let's check that. The swirl is a little bit visible. Trying to remember which one that I used to do this. It's been so long. I always end up having to come back and like play with this again each time I like leave doing a campaign for a while and then start over again. All right. Was it legacy coloration? Yeah, okay. And then I think I just need to make it a little bigger for it to achieve what I'm trying to do here. I feel like I remember that being a thing with the ghostly light. Not a lot. I'm just going to up this to 1.5 and I'm going to up this to 3 because I don't want it huge. There we go. That's more of what I'm looking for, right? Because There we go. And so now, once we layer this over the top of it, then we get a little bit of that appearance like it is actually an active, like, torch flame sort of burning. And so that's really what I'm looking for there. Just to create a little more liveliness. This is kind of a little detail thing that isn't super necessary by any means. So much of what we're doing, right, with all of this is unnecessary, but it's just these little details like this that I feel like add a little more life to scenes, and that I really like to use because of that. So I think maybe I went a little too big, actually. So I'm going to go in here and I'm going to do this at 1.25 and this at 2.5. And I think that that's going to hit the spot that I'm really looking for with this. We'll relayer that. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. So now I can come in here. I can grab this light. And then we're just gonna, same thing, go around and overlay our lights. But I like things like this because this is actually a much... These are the kind of little detail pieces. We'll come back to this because I'm going to make the one for that a little bit bigger. And we'll talk about that one in a second. But it's little pieces like this. So like all the crazy sight lines and regions that we did so that it would control token height and everything like that. Like... That's all a thing that I love, right? Because I'm trying to create, like I said, as immersive of an experience as possible. But also, I just want it to be very easy for my players to go, okay, I see this enemy, I don't see this enemy, I can target them, I can't target them. But also on the flip side of that, I want to create situations where one player might know that an enemy is in like a general area. This is me just being neurotic and trying to get these to line up too much. But I don't necessarily want them to, like, you know exactly where it is until they reach a certain point, right? So it's like all of that creates those much more realistic sight lines. And so that's why I do all of those things completely unnecessary, but little detail things like this, while not necessary, are much easier to do, right? Much less time consuming, you know, so you can see that we're like already almost done with these torches. And it's already looking so much more, to me, alive than it did before, right? And so little things like this can just add a lot more character to scenes, which I really like. Maybe none of my players actually pay attention to these, and these may strictly be a thing for me, but I like it. So I do it. Did I put these ones over here? Okay, I did. And I put those ones there. Okay. So now I said we were going to come back to this fireplace, right? So I'm actually going to do 2 here, and I'm going to double the radius on each, kind of like I did before. So we're going to go to 2.5 and 5. Update ambient light. And this one is actually just going to be my glow from inside the fireplace, right? And then this one, oh, nope. I copied the small one. Just going to line up like that there. And so that's what I was talking about. I wanted that like internal glow inside the fireplace to be visible. But I'm accidentally drawing new lights that I don't need. And I can see some more walls that need to be closed up. So let's fix those guys while we're here. Okay, well, that's saying that the seam is sealed, because otherwise I shouldn't. Oh, well, I just grabbed the wrong one, so that would be why. Okay, now let's... Yep, so we got that one. And then where was the... There was another one. Yeah, over there at that corner. Okay, so right here. Okay. Now let's look again. Still got some bleed through. Oh, okay, yeah. So this is because this is especially in these spots. So for those of you who remember, don't remember, this is the spot where all of these windows, right? We actually have two overlapping wall layers. So kind of like we're doing with the lights. We did overlapping walls. One that represents the window sill, right? The height of the window sill. And then one that actually represents the window itself. So now we'll go back to the light and we'll check. We're good. We got that sealed up, even though it absolutely does not look like we got that sealed up. What if we... Does that... That opens that back up again. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, I already see. Okay. So let's... This here. This here. That should be good. Boom. Good. We got it. It was going to bug me if I didn't do it. So I had to do it. I had to fix it. I didn't have to, but I did also have to. If you get it, you get it. All right. So now we've got those lights all set up. And honestly, I'm pretty happy with that. So now we're going to come to the next piece of this. And this is the audio piece of this. I'm going to go ahead and set this up, put these down. To test this, we're actually going to utilize the token, moving it around. We're going to test the opening and closing of doors, making sure that lights are turning on, turning off properly, that sounds are able to be heard properly, not heard properly, etc. So I am going to kill the music during that part so that hopefully the VFX... have it set up so that Foundry's audio should be coming through. However, I am going to make these sounds because I want it to be kind of a background ambience thing. I am going to make these sounds, some of these sounds fairly subtle. So we should be able to hear them as I go through after I create these sound objects. But before we do that, just so I can see what I'm doing more easily, I am going to go ahead and we'll set us back to day. And then we'll click back to night, and then we'll walk around with the token. And then we can also talk about token vision in that moment too. For those of you who are aware, not aware, that sort of deal. Okay. So here... going to draw a new sound object. And again, I'm going to be able to come back in and edit the effect radius. So for right now, I'm just doing that. The other thing that I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to go in and if I were doing a scene with multiple levels, I would have to set heights on lights, like both bottom and top, right? This scene is not going to have that. This scene isn't actually utilizing the levels module. We will do a scene at some point that does that, but not until we're done with this one. And we do actually still have a fair way to go here because there's a lot of other detail pieces that I wanted to add. So I did want to kind of focus on getting everything that was sort of built into the base map done, and then show you guys how I go back and add additional like objects, things like that, and then we will revisit the walls, lighting, all of that sort of stuff for those different items that we create. But for now, right, this is where we're at. So I'm going to put my sound object down. If you want the sound object to stay, so here's the only complaint that I have about sound objects in Foundry, is you cannot just create placeholder sound objects. You must assign an actual audio to the sound object immediately. Otherwise, it will just disappear. So I'm going to close the window here, right? Just to give you that example, and it's gone. It's like that South Park episode with the financial investments. I don't know what was happening there. All right. So we've got our sound object, and then we'll go to sound bites. So we can see that I've got a bunch of different sound bites here, right? But I recently found, because some of these, some of the sound bites have some weird other audio effects that happen in the background. For those of you who were part of my previous campaign, that unfortunately I had to let go. So we're going to come here, then you will remember those effects. Let's just say it sounded a little gassy at times, weirdly enough. So some of these you'll notice are tagged with BBC, and that is because BBC Sound Archives is a great place for sound effects like this. They're all free to use. So long as you're not using them to create a legitimate commercial or as part of an actual product that you're actively selling someone, you're pretty much good to use them. So they're totally safe for use here. You just can't remove the BBC from the actual file name, right? So you'll see BBC is there. So yeah, BBC Sound Archives. Go check that out if you are looking for some cool, cheap sound effects, aka free, or Pixabay. That's the other place that I get a lot of my sound effects from. But in any case, oh wait, we already did that. So we'll select file. Right, so we've got our sound there. So the next thing I want to do is maximum volume, right? So I personally find that 0.5 is a little louder just if I have everything, because I'm going to click over here to the playlist tab, right? So you won't be able to see all of it because I've got part of it cut off so that you can have a better view of the map. But over here, there's music environment interface. Every user has these controls on their Foundry instance, and they are local to them. So they can control the music, the environment, and the interface audio levels. So the main thing that you have to decide here is you will see there is a spot where it's going to ask you, or there used to be a spot where you could set which one of those you wanted it to show up on. Let's see here. Bass effect. Oh yeah, no, I'm not trying to do any high pass, low pass filter. Okay, so I guess it doesn't ask you anymore. Interesting. So you used to, when you created a sound object on a map, you used to be able to actually set, is this, I think you could only choose music or environment layer of audio for Foundry, right? But now it looks like all sound objects defaulted to the environment layer unless you chose something else. So the thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and set this guy at 50% volume. That's the default that the volume for everything will be at for everyone. So the default volume for music, environment, and interface will all be at 50 for all of your players, right? So that's why that's where I want to have it at when I test what this audio sounds like. And at 50%, I feel like 0.5 as a max volume, when you get close to it, it's almost so loud that it's like disruptive. So I want it to be down a little bit more. I actually, even though it doesn't seem like it's that much different, because we're also going to use volume easing, which I'll talk about what volume easing is in a second. I mean, this basically describes it in total, but you'll actually get to see it in use here in a minute. But yeah, we are going to be using volume easing, so it's only actually going to hit this top end volume if a player gets right next to it, right? So 0.4 is normally where I've had it in the past. That was on V12, and I have found that for some weird reason, between one version to the next, there tends to be quite a lot of difference in especially the volume of audio objects. Why that is exactly, I'm not 100% sure, but it does seem like it's that way. So I'm going to set it at 4 for now, and then I'm going to test, see how I feel about it, see what I think. So we will go ahead and just create our ambient sound. Then the other thing I want to do is set the effect radius, right? So the effect radius, I tend to, for audio like this, I make it the same as the light source. So I know that the maximum light range of this particular one is 80. So I'm going to go ahead and set that at 80. And then I'm going to get it as close to this wall as I can without it popping over to the inside. Oh, wait, we set it to where the wall doesn't actually block audio. So I can actually set it all the way in there. And now this is showing me another spot over here, right? Where I have a seam in this wall that's not properly connected. So I will go ahead and correct that issue. Let's go back to our audio layer. Cool. Seam sealed up. And so now I'm going to grab my token. I'm going to kill this music for a second. We'll go back to the token layer, and then I'm going to test now. So if I walk in here, all right. So I am not getting any audio off of that. Let's see here why that might be. Or am I? Is it just like the faintest? Okay. See, and this was a good example of why I said that. So it is actually showing up. I don't know if you guys are able to hear it at all. I would imagine that it's like I'm basically standing inside the sound now. And I think that it like, for me, it's only barely registering. So that does tell me that, and this is what I was saying, I don't know what it is about one version of Foundry to the next, but the volume level is interesting, to say the least, or the way that it changes. So I'm going to actually, based on how quiet that was, I'm going to bring that up to 0.75. And then we're going to go back to our token. And we're going to see what that's like. Yeah. So very, very faint. I'm specifically not going to talk for a second so that you can hopefully hear. Right? But that's kind of what I want. I don't want this sound to be incredibly loud and obtrusive and things like that. I just want it to be a subtle background noise of the scene, right? And of like that piece of it. And I'm also going to be adding this sound to every one of our burning flames to give it a little more of that audio. Now, if I were, in a lot of instances, what I would do is I would actually use, I would use a sound effect, a different sound effect for the fireplace. Because if you think about it, this is really the sound effect that I grabbed that is meant to be the torch. And there would be significantly more when you're talking about logs burning versus like a torch burning. There would be significantly more like crackling of the wood and things of that nature. And I am going to do that. I don't need to do it right now. Because yeah, I don't want to have you guys sit here and like just wait while I source sound files. But the rest of the range on our torches is 80. Oh, no, 80 is what it should have been for all these guys, actually, and the other one should have been 160. So let's see what that does to the audio level. Make sure that I still feel good about it, because when you do the... Yeah, very, very faint, but that's intentional. I don't want this to be an intrusive sound. I just want it to be like a little thing. You know, sometimes a little is a lot. And if somebody's blasting music like in the background while they're doing this, they're probably not going to hear these things. But you know, if I'm trying to create an immersive scene, you know, less is more sometimes. So. And then, yeah, we're just going to overlap that sound over all these guys. I know the silence is like deafening for a moment compared to the when I have the music going. We'll kick the music back on here in a minute, but for testing audio effects like this, it's pretty important. If you're watching this video after the fact, then the silence in the background will be the same as it's been the whole time. So, nothing new or nothing changing there. All right. Okay, so now we've kind of got our soundscape built, right? So I think now it's time for us to take the light, kick it back to night. We're going to grab our token. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to, just so that it's more audible on the recording and the stream, I'm going to dime the environment volume for Foundry. So that should have these audio effects coming through a little stronger for you. Just for the demonstrative purposes of going around and showing these aspects, right? And then we can see we can close the door. And now it's very dark, right? Which is what we want. And then the door opens. You should just barely be able to hear those sounds. And then as we get closer, right, we can hear them crackling. As we get further away, they get quieter. We like all of these things. This is what we're going for. Same thing out here. Right, and we can see the light is doing what we want it to as we're now in darkness, right? So not going to do a full scene tour with the token for that, right? But I will take this moment player character. This is just like a default player character that I made so that I could have a token to run around and test stuff with. All right. So I will take this moment, though, to demonstrate, just in case anybody is not aware, of what vision on a token does. So you want to set a basic vision range. We're going to say, let's say 30 feet here, right? And then that's actually going to really show what the token can see. Still has that sort of nighttime effect to it. And you'll notice that it's still really not like changed all that much. Like once you get into a light source, right, the light is taking over what can be seen, what can't be seen. And then the other thing that you can do in here, at least for, I guess it would help if I actually went to the right thing. Now I'm doing all of these from the token configuration because I'm utilizing this one particular token at the moment for testing. And so I'm showing you as an example with this. So if you just click the open configuration wheel, it goes there. If you want this to be, if you want to make a PSA, Foundry PSA, because I've seen so many people struggle with this. If you want to make any change to a character token that you want to carry over to the exact scene that you are in, you must make that change here. If you want to make a change that you want to carry over to every new instance of a token that you put down, then you need to make that change here. You actually need to go to the 3-dot menu on the sheet of whatever monster, character, whatever the case may be, and you need to edit prototype token. Now, if you want to do both, edit the one in the current scene that you're in, and make sure that that edit applies to everything else, you do have to do both. So editing the prototype token will not impact any localized tokens in a scene. Editing a localized token already in a scene will have zero effect on any future tokens that you put down, even if it's of that same character. There you go. Just so you know. Because that is a thing that I see a lot of people struggle with. They will either, like, something will be wrong, right, on the token here, and they will go to their character sheet and do the edit prototype token, and nothing changes, because it won't. It'll only change new instances of the token that you then put down after the fact. And they're like, oh, well, this thing still isn't working. I still can't see anything, whatever the case may be. And then I've seen people edit it here, not remember to go back and edit the prototype token. And then they put down a new token in a new scene, and it's like, oh, well, I can't see again. There you go. So if you want it for both, you got to do both. In any case, PSA over. I've seen a lot of people struggle with that before, and I wanted people to be able to have that answer, because it also is frustrating for a player, right? To feel like, well, why is every time my character gets put down in a scene, I can't see anything? So if you're a DM and you're watching this and you do any of the editing in Foundry, if you're trying to fix it in the given scene, you go to the local tokens configuration. And if you also want to make sure that it's fixed in all future scenes, you also need to go to the prototype token configuration. So save your players' mental health and your own, probably. All right. So the other thing that I was actually trying to show is the different types of vision that you can set up here. So we can actually do dark vision. Right? And then that's going to... Wait, did I actually... I don't think I updated that. Yeah, no, basic vision, dark vision. update really just changes dark vision and regular vision. For the most part, really just changes the harshness of the outer sight line. But you can also do things like light amplification, right? You can do things like monochromatic, tremor sense. So there's lots of different options there that you can do. And then you can see here, dark vision range, light perception, infinite, dark vision range 30. If we do basic under these detection modes. So that's actually those factors are what are actually going to help you determine whether a token is able to see things or not, right? So I just wanted to open that up and show that piece of it, because I know that the token vision piece is a piece that a lot of people miss. And sometimes, depending on how you're creating your characters in Foundry, it will properly set these things, and sometimes it won't, right? And there you go. So, the other thing too is sometimes you will also see, I guess I'll just show that, vision enabled. None of this means anything if this isn't checked. And sometimes Foundry will create tokens where this isn't checked. Usually somehow it doesn't get enabled properly when you create a new character or a new monster or something like that. But in any case, I don't really need to spend a ton more time on that. It's just we were here in a dark space, so I figured I would go ahead and mention it. We'll just go back to basic vision here. Did that actually update to basic vision? Okay, cool. It did. Yeah. And then you can also edit vision color. You can edit the attenuation. Right, you can see the strength of the vision source. So I usually like to have the attenuation kind of turned up, especially if it's meant to be a dark space, because the light is going to handle the rest of that for us, right? But again, that's a thing that if you want to do that, you need to go in and you need to set that setting on your tokens. Otherwise, it's going to show up as previously noted. There are ways to set up default tokens in the settings menu. Let me see here. So you're not going to be able to fully see what I'm selecting here, but I went down to game settings, right? And then you can go to configure settings. And then under core, there's default token, dynamic token rings. There used to be one that was just configure basic tokens. Prototype token overrides. They've just changed the name, of course. But yeah, so you can come in here and you can set a lot of those. Oh, wow. I guess you can't set vision stuff anymore. You used to be able to set vision stuff in here. Crazy. Okay, well, so if you want that attenuation on the vision of your tokens, you're, I guess, going to have to go in and do that on an instance by instance basis. That's lame. Why would they take that out? Anyway, we don't need to get any further into those details. That's not what we're here for today. We're building this scene. So let me get back to what we're actually talking about, working on. All right, so we're going to go back to day. We've got our sound effects, we've got our torches, and we are good to go there. So now we're going to do some other things to help bring this scene more to life. So this is outside of the VFX piece, but we have pretty much at this point done everything that we can with the details of the map as it currently stands, right? And so I wanted to get all of those things out of the way first, to also show that sometimes for the purposes of what you are trying to achieve, a default map may not have everything that you're looking for, right? So this is where having other assets that you can layer into a map become useful. So, for example, I want, as anybody who watched the other pieces of this knows, I want this upper area here, right? I want this to actually have a roof that is able to be like climbed up on and that people are able to move around on and everything of that nature. So a few things need to happen for me to achieve that. First, that does mean that because these lights are going to be under a roof, I actually need to come to my lights tab and I need to create a height for these lights. So we're going to wiki mass edit, light radius. That's not what we need to worry about. So light elevation. But I think specifically what I'm looking for is there's one that's like light top or top height. Maybe it doesn't have that anymore. Maybe it's just light elevation now. Constrained by elevation. Configure whether area of effect for this source is constrained by walls corresponding to elevation of this source instead of the elevation of the controlled token. Oh, right. That's globally in the module settings. Okay. Yeah. So I don't need to worry about that. This is what I'm looking for. So I know, right? So we're going to be clicking around into a bunch of different places here. If we go to our region control here, we know that this is 70 feet in height, right? If I scroll down here, I mouse over this, I can see that the 70-foot elevation over to my left, right, is what is being highlighted. Be lurking. Love the map lighting so far. Thank you so much, Red. I appreciate you. Yeah, feel free to lurk away. No worries. As I live my best Foundry Bob Ross life. But thank you for being here. I appreciate you. You're a rock star. So that's Red in chat. If you see that, go check out her channel. She's great. And has lots of fun D&D games, and you can learn about Bibble. And that's all I'll say about you. You have to experience Bibble firsthand. Right, been playing with Foundry stuff all day so far. Oh, nice. Are you scene building too? Are we scene building friends now? Bibble's everyone's nightmare fuel. No, Bibble's great. Bibble's awesome. Well, okay. Bibble's awesome because I'm not your DM. That's why Bibble's awesome. Oh, nice. That's awesome. That's cool. Are you prepping for your own campaign, like that you're going to be running as well, or are you helping prep for the campaigns that you're in? I'm sorry. I know you're supposed to be lurking, and now here I am talking to you. Show you the Bibble dog, how her unique race works. Working on my own stuff. Nice. Awesome. Well, I can't wait until I will hope that, when your game is a thing that you're going to stream it on your channel, because I can't wait to watch that. That sounds like that'd be dope. I don't think I've ever seen you DM before. I put lurking because FF14 dungeons in between drawing, so I may vanish. Oh, yeah, for sure. No worries. You do your thing. Where was I at here? Oh, right. This is 70 feet. So I know that if we're talking about, a lot of the creatures that are utilizing this thing are going to be roughly 15 feet tall on average, then I know that I want this upper layer to be up around the 90-foot range, right? So for that, that's also the reason, right? Like why on our walls tab over here, we set all these at 90. So with the elevation on this, we're going to set this at 90. Apply. And then I do just want to double check, actually, that because sometimes lighting does weird things with tokens. So I'm going to bring my token down here. And we'll go over into the room. And I just want to make sure that even though I'm now at 70 feet and I set that light source at 90, that it is still showing up. Okay, awesome. It is still showing up. But setting that light source at 90, if I'm not mistaken, is going to help when I constrain that light source when I put these objects above it, which is what I'm about to do next, right? So from here, I'm going to utilize my tile browser, and I don't want to be in sound bites. And then I've set up an assets folder. I will find the name of the asset pack that I got all of these from, and I will make sure that it gets linked in the video description, because I cannot remember. I got this asset pack so long ago. It was a thing that I did actively have to purchase. It wasn't a thing that was free, but it was not very expensive. I want to say I paid 20 bucks, and it comes with like, you can build whole maps with this thing. I'm just trash at that. So I take Seafoot Games' maps, which, by the way, shout out again to Seafoot Games. You will also find their link in the description. I'm going to link them in the chat right now, too. Because they are where I get all of my maps that I utilize for my D&D campaigns, because I am trash at making my own maps. I am only good at bringing them to life in Foundry. So thank you to them, and they are awesome. I actually have their permission to utilize their maps on stream and everything like that. Luke is the guy who makes all of their maps. The map on today's stream. Hiya. But yeah, seafootgames.com is where you can go and you can purchase any of their historical maps, of which they have thousands, and they have crazy good deals on map packs that include just like literally everything. They also have a Patreon. So check out their Patreon if you are looking for new maps and a nearly endless resource. I mean, I'm talking about you get like hundreds of maps a month from them for like $5. It's legit insane. And not only that, but they actually have, if you don't want to do any of the things that I'm doing here, and you are just okay with, like, you know, details not having to be super specific and in certain ways and that sort of stuff, they actually have versions of all of their maps that already have all the lighting, all the walls, all of that sort of stuff done for you that you can load straight into Foundry and go. They are not a sponsor, but I've used their maps pretty much exclusively for my D&D games for years now, so I definitely want to give them a shout out. So big up to Seafoot Games. That's where the map comes from. Is where all that came from. But in any case, getting back to the other thing that I was doing, which is I'm going to build a roof, right? So the first thing that I actually need to do, which I just remembered, before I start slapping assets down, the first thing I actually need to do is create a drawing, right? Now, I'm not good at drawing straight lines, so I'm not going to do the freehand draw. If you are good at drawing with the mouse, you can freehand draw. But I'm going to let this create the lines for me. And essentially, this works a lot like when we're drawing a region. So I'm just going to go. And then what this is going to become is I'm going to use one of my assets as a, as like a tile, or as like sort of a fill. That's the term I'm looking for. I believe that's the term that Foundry calls it as well. I'm going to use one of my assets as a fill that is going to... Okay, this is the one that I need to actually go a little further because I want to be able to go straight down, because I'm going to need to be able to go straight down up top. And then straight across here. Okay, cool. Boom. Oops. Yep, double click to close it. All right. So in here now, this is where I'm going to create the like stone floor / ceiling, right? So levels drawing mode. This is part of, if I were actually using levels, you can use drawings to create stairs, elevators, things of that nature. So we're not doing that here. So now the thing that we want to set is a height, top, right, in elevation. So height top in elevation is going to be 90, right? And then the drawing roll is an object, so we'll leave that as an object. I am going to come in and remove these lines in a minute, but after I've done my fill. So we're going to do fill texture. And then here in my assets, I have my textures. Currently have metal and stone uploaded. I want stone. I can't remember which one of these it was that I liked. And then we're going to take the fill opacity. Okay. Fill type. Pattern. Solid. Date. Yep. We want pattern. No. Yeah. It is that. But we want to set this to white so that it's not. There we go. And then fill opacity. Boom. So now we have a stone floor or ceiling, right? Now, the question that I have with this, I don't know if I do this. I don't think I do this in multi-level. So this was the thing that I think I was struggling with before, is getting this to, so before I do any more edits to it, I'm going to grab my token here, and I want to see, so one, I've got light coming through the top of that, which I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of. We will be able to fix that in a minute, though. We'll close the door. Right. And so that was kind of my concern, is that, okay, so is it going to allow me to set, okay, right, elevation 90 here. Boom. Boom. Undefined. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I don't want it to do any of those things. No, I don't. Yeah, I don't want any of that. Don't want token cloning. Don't want triggers. Nope. I just need it to be a floor. Just need it. Boom. Update drawing. Oh, why with all this undefined nonsense? Really? It's because I updated the height. Position. Height. Top. Elevation 90. 90. Roll as an object. Oh, we created just, yeah, just get rid of all the text. Crazy. Okay. All right. So now, if I come here, token, okay. But now I guess my question is why is it partly opaque now? So it seems like fill those. opacity lines. Okay, if I and now it's also opaque. Oh, toggle visibility. Okay. Cool, cool. So now if I am below it. Aha, yes. Okay, cool, cool. So I knew there was a way to do this. I have done this before. It just I had to get back to it. All right, so now I can get rid of my lines, right? Because I don't actually need this. So line opacity, we're just gonna completely destroy, right? Just nerf it into the ground. So the next thing that we're looking to do is deal with these lights. So let's figure out. No, that's not what I want to do. I want to do the wiki mass edit. Well, those are showing up there. Actually, let me test this before I just go off and change something. It looks like they're gonna. So yes, we'll teleport. Okay, so the light is coming through from down there, and we don't want that. So how do we get this drawing to stop light? I've done this before too, but again, it will probably take me a moment to figure that out. Yep, no levels drawing mode, sort, elevation. The primary cam is affected by lighting, fog of war, one that conveys information under the interface group, visible to all players unless hidden. Okay. Yeah, I don't want it to be any of those. So then is it something with the lights? Lights height top 90. Oh, wait. If I do it, apply. No, okay. Grab these again. E. Height, top, elevation, 89. Right. I suppose I need to set this. So the elevation that it's at is actually at 70. The height top that I want is 89. Now, in theory, it does nothing. I was so hopeful. I was so hopeful. Okay. I know I've done this before. I should be able to do this again. What if I set it lower? What if I just set it to 80? And then if I come back to the token, I can still see it through the ceiling. But why? Is it because I'm the DM? Because that's the other thing that weird things happen with sometimes. Yeah, in the audio, I can go back and change the audio portion too. Loves to keep one on their toes. Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, and especially changing one edition to the next. Because I last time I was doing anything, it was in 12, and so it's like this scene is my first getting back to it, and I updated to 13. So now I'm just like, okay. Oh, is this the... Okay. I think I might know what the air quotes problem is. Okay, I'm going to try this very quickly. All right, if I just go to this, because I think I'm going to have to do the same thing for this that I did for the bridge over here to keep it from blocking line of sight, is I'm going to have to create an object over this. So I'm just going to test this theory and see if it works first, right? And then I'll actually go about implementing it, because implementing it is kind of going to be a pain in the you-know-what, but we'll get there. So, all right, so we'll do this. I'm just going to grab, it doesn't really matter which. We'll grab this, right? I don't want you... Actually, might not be that much of a pain to do it if I just did it this way. I could do it that, like... All right, that's as big as that. Now if I do this, we'll set your height at 90, right? Nope, not 900, 90. Boom, okay. Height set at 90. Light still coming through. I thought there was definitely a way to get objects to block light. Why can't I even pick you now? What has happened? Oh, right, because now I've thrown you onto the roof, so I have to be on this layer. Haha. All right, overhead, occlusion mode, visible. Token field of vision. Restricts light. Boom. And then now on appearance, if I... Yep. I just have to make it an invisible tile. Wait, what? Is it working? Is it not? I'm very confused. Okay. Boom. All right, now if I go to token. Oh, that does all kinds of weird things. Hey, Hobo! Thank you for following. I appreciate you, good sir. You are a rock star. I hope that you are well today. And I believe you actually just helped me hit my follower goal of 30. Okay. Weird things are happening with sight lines here that I don't necessarily care for. What? And they definitely seem to be related to that object. Did I never set? Oh my goodness. Now I'm like second guessing myself. Did I never go in it? Oh, I didn't. Of course I didn't. How very me. All right. So we're gonna fix some wall heights now. This is where our live's at. Nope, I don't need to draw a new one. But this is why you test things in your scenes, because if you don't, there will be things that are not correct. So we're going to move these windows so that we can get to these, because I need to set a height for these wall segments. Otherwise, they extend all the way into the heavens and stop anyone from seeing anything ever. Foundry being Foundry, I see. Oh yeah, for sure. Well, I'm also nah, it's me being me. It's not Foundry being Foundry. Foundry is doing exactly what I told it to do. I just didn't tell it to do the right thing. So that's on me. Okay. So the windowsill was going to be at 5 feet in height. So we want this wall height to come up to 75. Boom. Well, that fixes that. Cool. So now we can snap our windows back into place. Ah. All right. And now if we come back to our token, oh, the door doesn't have a height. The door needs a height. The doors need a height of 90 feet. Okay. So that's the only thing preventing it now. So, which is a thing that I also need to do. So that's easy to fix. That's just door, door. And we'll mass edit these to 90 feet. But walls want to drill into the heavens. Yeah, no, for real, for real. All walls want to drill into the heavens. You have to tell them no. Okay. Awesome. So now we have a token that's up here on this level, but we still have some audio coming through. So the last thing that we need to do is just fix this one ambient sound. Nope, not turn it off. We just want height, top, elevation. We will set you at 89, so that should be right below. And now you should no longer be able to be heard from the roof. Awesome. Cool. And now we're going to put, yes, go down the ladder. Yes, up the ladder. Okay, cool. We're happy with this. Now we're going to put some castling around the top of this wall. So go ahead and come into our assets browser. And then what do I have you under? Yeah, structures, roofs. Yep, here we go. Right. And so, actually, I don't think that's where I want to start. That didn't drop it behind there, did there? No, it didn't. Okay. So we'll go ahead. And start getting our roof on here. But we're gonna have to set an elevation. So elevation, we're gonna set this to 90. Update. Nope. Okay, so elevation we will set to 91, and that should have it pop up above our drawing. Perfect. So that's where we are going to want all of our tiles to sit that we're using for this. So we'll do the same thing here. And then this, I will just move down, and we'll the seams together on these guys. All right. It's not perfect. I could get a little closer here. Yeah, cool. And yeah, I'm basically just going to go through now and overlay these different pieces to essentially create our wall or our castling around the top of this so that it can be like this is another part of the fortification's roof. And I know it's not exactly one for one with the style of the castling on the other portion of the map, but you know, it doesn't need to be absolutely perfect. Sometimes good enough is good enough. Thing that I have to remind myself of daily. Nope. Okay, pop that guy down. Yep, that fits the seam a little better. Now I want the interior. Cool. No, just need to do this. That's and go. I'm gonna need another smaller segment here. If I could not type things that I don't mean to. Oh, and I guess now that I'm no longer testing animations, I can kick the music back on so that it's not quite so eerily quiet anymore. I had turned it off while I was testing the sound effects from my torches and forgot to kick it back on. Whoa, don't, yeah, please don't disappear on me. Cool. Oops, not the one I'm trying to turn. Now the one I'm trying to turn. Okay. And then I need, yeah, inside corner piece. Nope. In hindsight, it would have been better to drop that invisible tile that was blocking the light for us after I had done all of this, but I know for future now. And I'm going to drop that below, because otherwise this is going to be wonky. That's still going to be kind of wonky. I can make it work. Can make it work. We will do this guy. Bam, and we'll just cover that up. Rinse. Okay, I'm gonna drop that below so that I can get this, yeah, a little closer there, not have it look wonky. Cool. And then I want this corner piece next. Oop. Okay, I do actually want this one over. No. May just need to not use the corner piece here. I may just need to drop one of these singles. Yeah. Whoop. All right, I can live with that, I suppose. Right. Okay, let me see. If I do this, can I at least bring you a little further this way and have it not look too crazy? Yeah, okay, cool. I just need this to sit a little tighter on this corner. All right, cool. Mm. right. Yeah, I'm going to do that because I'm going to have to... no, I guess I can get that right there. Looks about right. Can adjust. Yeah, okay. So I do need to bring this more in. How in can I get it? That's pretty much it. Okay. Is that going to work? Well, that'll let me get pretty close to the corner there. Don't even think I need that much. I just need one of these guys. Nope. There we go. And then interior turn. I guess I do want a bigger piece than this. There we go. Can I bring this just a hair further this way? Oh, what happened? Drop it one. Is it just, I see. Nope, I just got it further away than I can. Okay. There we go. Sometimes you just gotta tweak with it. Okay, and then I want, well, no, I guess not that one. I want a, well, yeah, kind of do want, ugh, did I just throw that completely underneath the other piece? Oh my God, I'm gonna have to grab it by the tiniest little corner. There we go. Yeah, because I want to have the space here where it's just like the lower. Okay, I guess I do want the double. Sometimes you just gotta play with it and figure it out, especially when you're essentially having to, when you're using pre-made assets to try to actually like modify pieces of maps. But hopefully anybody will find this piece of the equation helpful. Okay, set this at 91. And then I'm also just going to straight up copy this onto the clipboard because I'm going to need about 1,000,000 segments of this to do the section where the ladder comes up. E. Come on. Just line up for me. It's not perfect, but I'm also a little bit attempting to jog it north ever so slightly to compensate for the fact that I didn't quite get this other wall seam over here like as close as I might have ideally liked, but not the end of the world. Okay. And now we can go back to actually putting our castling on. Oops. Copied the wrong thing. I guess I don't quite want it to go there, so we'll just drop that so that I can... there. I feel like that's not what I want either. I think I just need a single piece. I thought I needed to double up there, but I think I need this. There we go. And then hopefully can get away with this being our last segment, and then we will have the upper castling portion of this taken care of. All right, so now we can go in and we can do the castling for the actual like wall heights, right? Because similar to the way that we did the castling over here with the different height segments, I definitely want to come up here and do the same thing again, so that way I can have the different visual effect of the broken up line of sight from the actual like castling and crenellations there. So we'll come into our handy dandy wall controls. And then this is also going to be different because I'm going to set a wall bottom, right, on all of the segments that I'm going to do for this, since I'm technically going to be kind of tracing around the outside of where my current wall exists. I don't want these walls to break line of sight for people below them, right? But I do want it to break line of sight above. Oh, and I just found out, not just found out, but I just realized I am going to have to figure out a different way to handle the object to block the light, because otherwise if I've got that overlapping this walkway, then that's also going to block line of sight from above and below this specific walkway, which is not a thing that I actively want to do. I definitely want the line of sight occlusion to just actually trace the footprint of this. So it just means that I'm going to have to use a few tiles kind of in the manner that I did that other one at the 90-foot height, and kind of tile them around here in roughly the same shape as this to achieve that effect. Not the end of the world by any means. It just means I'll have to do a little more work to make it happen, but we'll come back and we'll do that. We'll go ahead and hit our walls first, and then we will come back and do that piece. So, just like I did before, I'm going to hit all the upper portions of these wall segments. And the downside is that, yep, it's going to want to occlude the tiles as I'm trying to draw over them, so kind of have to muscle memory it and get a pretty decent approximation of where things were. So all right. All right. Oh, of course. All right, and so now that we've got all those drawn, now I can come in here and we'll just we'll use our selection tool. And unfortunately, I can't really, I do have to click the individual segments individually for this. I mean, I can thread the needle maybe, grab a few of them a little faster like that. But yeah, I just want to make sure that I don't get any of those interior walls, right, that are actually for the level below, because I only want these to impact the edits that I'm about to make to impact these wall segments. Okay, and now I can mass edit these boys. And so, like I said, I need wall bottom and top. So, wall height bottom, we know that the seam is 90 feet, right? So, that's where the floor exists. And then wall height top for all these higher portions, just like we did on the other part, we're going to give that a 10-foot rise. Again, trying to reinforce that sort of megalithic nature of this structure. Boom. There we go. And then what was the... Sorry, I'm trying to look at the... Oop. Nope, undo. Thank you, undo wall. All right. So yeah, that was... So yeah, we did a 2.5 foot height difference between the upper and lower portions of those crenellations. So this part actually is easier because I already have those other walls in place. So now I can actually just connect the dots. Nope, 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 nope. There we go. Come on. Control button. Work, please. There we go. All right. And now we'll just go back to our selector, and then we will drop some heights on these boys. Then we can go back and fix our little light occlusion floor tile. And then this scene, or this section of our scene here, will be ready to rock. So the next thing after that, I'm going to want to go in and put some additional kind of like finishing details in some places. There are some places where I feel like there should be like light source braziers that there aren't, things of that nature. So we'll dig into that in a minute. And then also, you know, I want this to be a bustling sort of military fortification for what I have planned for this scene of the campaign, right? So I'm also going to be adding some tents, some things of that nature, like down in the main sort of parade grounds area, to again kind of flesh it out, give it a little more life, and represent that it's like really and truthfully this structure is being used by people who are not its original creators for not necessarily its original intended purpose. When originally it was created by the dragons to be much more of a like almost highway checkpoint type deal, it's now become much more of a true military fortification, and is being utilized as such. All right, so we'll mass edit these boys. We want 90. And I just realized I did all the other wall segments incorrect. So we'll go back and do those in just a second. So wall height bottom, we're going to do 90. And then wall height top, we're going to put at 5 feet. No. Yeah. 5 feet above. No, 7.5 feet above. That's right. Okay. And now I will come fix these other guys. Okay. So, Shift E this boy. And then this one is going to be 100 feet is actually where I want that. Boom. I'm just thinking now. Yeah. Yeah. For the castling like this, yes. Well, I guess stylistically it's much more like the other castling. Okay. This is my my indecision at work, but I think I'm going to be happier with the results of actually doing this, which is what I should have done to begin with. So we'll once more grab a number of these segments, and then we will actually be done with this. Right. And then we'll mass edit these boys. 95 is actually where I want these. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. So now we're going to go back to our tile controls. And so I had the right idea here, but the issue that I'm going to run into is since we can see that this overlaps this entire walkway, what that's going to do is that's actually going to prevent any line of sight from being able to go from up here down to this walkway, which isn't what I want. If the walls naturally occlude that sight line, I want that to happen, but I want that to happen naturally based on the 3D canvas that Foundry creates when you're using the wall height modules, right? So that means I just need to completely take this guy out. Well, actually, not completely take it out, but I am essentially going to make it much smaller here. And I'm going to turn it into a more kind of manageable size segment so that I can copy and paste it around. So I kind of want to get it roughly the size of this little corner here, and I'm going to have to layer a bunch of these kind of over each other to get the light and sight line occlusions that I want. And this is a thing that I need to get used to doing as a part of my process too, if I'm not actually using levels, because as it's set up right now, the other thing that would happen, right, is not only is this light coming through, but it would also mean that if I had a token standing up here, that with a token down here in this room below them, they would be able to see each other technically, like through the floor, essentially, which isn't what I want. So that's why you can utilize, and we figured this out with the bridge over here, you can utilize invisible tiles like this to essentially create a floor that actually does block line of sight. Okay, cool. Size-wise, that'll work for us. So we will do that, and we will get that guy on our clipboard. No, I don't want to make you bigger. How do I turn you? should be able to turn the tile. Oh, it is turning. I just can't see it because I've made it invisible. Haha. Okay. Forgive me. Yeah, and it's not going to seem as obvious in some of these places. As a matter of fact, sometimes I may need to come in here and make the tile visible again. Just for long enough that I can actually... Oh, but because it's on a lower level, I'm not going to be able to see it. Okay. Well, I can actually make a much larger piece for this one because I can essentially make one that's big enough to cover this whole thing. Yeah, like that. And then I really just need to fill in the gap down the side there. So, okay. And then we want to go ahead and make this invisible again. So tile opacity, boom. Perfect. Okay. And so now... Okay, so then the last thing I'll need to do is come up here. Yeah, no, actually. I think we're all good to go there. Yeah. And then can close the door. So now we will test this. So I will grab another one of these tokens. We'll just throw that down right here. We'll set it at its proper height for where it should be. We're going to send it up the ladder, and we're going to make sure that we can't see below us. We cannot. Make sure there's no weird holes or gaps or things like that. Awesome. And then to check our sight lines, we'll go to appearance and we'll just give this token a height of 6 feet because I would have tokens with heights already set if I were running the game. And we can see that that creates the sightline occlusion of the crenellations up here. All right. Yes. Go back to the ground. Actually, I can just take you off completely. All right. So we've got our roof in place. We're happy about this. I'm happy about this. I should say. We will probably be adding some additional just like detail stuff up here, right? Because this is essentially a space. It's going to occlude any of these tiles when I mouse over it long enough. That's why you see the light popping up below it. But that's only a thing that's going to happen for me because I can do the editing and because of the layer that I'm on. I don't believe that that same thing will happen for players. So there are just things that are going to happen for you as a GM that aren't going to happen the same way for players. So players shouldn't see that happening. And also it's different when I just mouse over it clearly than it was when I was actively controlling the token, right? All right. So now we can get into some of the additional details that I know I want to add here. Like, for example, this is a giant watchtower. Essentially, I do want to have braziers up along the watchtower that would be producing light as well. So that'll be the next thing that I do here. Is we'll go into the tile controls and I'm going to see if what assets I've put in here for that. Braziers. Ah, perfect. No, I don't need to do that. I just need to do this. We can drag and drop. And I'm going to basically center this, right? And I feel like one centered at the top of each of these towers makes sense. And then I also feel like they would have down below, because they would want to see people that were approaching, right? So we've got those guys. And for these are going to be much bigger than our torches, right? So I kind of want to utilize the same lights that I utilized here for our, or same size lights that I utilized there. Just in case anybody missed that piece, though, I'll go ahead and create those again, kind of from scratch. Well, portions of them I will. So, or I suppose just demonstrating what they are. So let me grab this first. Boom. So this is our main light. And this is what we're using for the torches. So these torches, keep in mind, you know, again, these are torches for giants. Hey, what's going on, Neko? I hope your day is going well thus far. But yeah, so we've got bright light 40, dim light 80, which is double the range of a normal D&D torch, which is 20 and 40. So same thing like we did for the fireplace. We're going to make the bright on this 80. Again, we're just talking about because this flame is so much bigger, we're just doing double. And then the dim is going to go to 160 at that point. And then Boom. That's going to be our light source there. Although, because that is fading that out, I actually see that I did this piece incorrectly. So this is one of the things that's important to remember when you are putting down tiles that I was not thinking about. As you do, if you are using levels, anything that you want to occlude, right, when somebody like walks underneath it, you want to make sure that that's on the foreground layer, right? Because then it allows tiles to go underneath it. You set it at a specific height to be able to go above it, right? Or it allows tokens to go underneath it. If you want it to just be a static item on the map, you typically don't want it in the foreground layer because it is going to disappear and it's going to allow tokens to be under it as opposed to over it, right? So go ahead and drop this guy back down. Now we can go back to our light control. And I can see I've got some seams on some of these walls here that I need to tend to. So I will go ahead and close those guys up. Again, one of the nice parts about doing these steps in layers is it's going to let you see when you have gaps like this. So now if I go back to light, nope, still there. So we will try once more. And all right, cool. We got it closed up now. So I've got another one over here that I'll see to. There we go. All right, so I got all those closed up. Let's see where else I've got light bleed. Here we go. One, two here. All right, so to the lights. All right, cool. So now I can go ahead. All right, but height top, I'm going to put 160, right? Because that's essentially the same range as the light itself. Not that that will end up coming into play, but just I find it useful. And then here, it is actually at an elevation of 87.5, and I can pretty much say that there's no way that the light is going to that we're going to have any tokens that are 160 feet above 87 feet. I feel like that's a thing that I can confidently say. So I'm not going to worry about that piece. 7.5. Okay, and so now you can come back here, and this was our little like glow piece, right? So I will snap it back into place. And then I will double up these guys. So 2.5 and 5 dates. And we'll add that to give a little bit of that rolling, crackling flame feeling. And actually, I need to pull that back off. And this one, we're going to set its height at 87 because that's going to matter out here. And then I can go ahead and copy this one so that I can use this again with my other braziers. And then that also means sound-wise, because I want them to have a similar auditory effect. If I come back and I decide to do a different audio for like the crackling, like burning firewood, I will probably switch up the ones for these braziers as well. But for now, we're just going to utilize this. What is the height of the audio? The height top doesn't need to be set here, but the elevation is at 87 feet for this, which is going to matter just because I don't necessarily want something that causes this sound to overlap the sound down here. This one I will set back to 0. All right. So now I want to get into kind of designing the camp as I have it here, right? Or the where the soldiers would be camped out. So spacing wise, I feel like it makes the most sense for any like officers tents sort of deal to be back further, right? Further away from the actual like main gate itself. And that closer to the actual like front is where you would have more sort of like barracks style. The other thing is I may actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I may do like an officer's tent kind of like here, And then back here, kind of like some sort of makeshift barracks tents. Not a ton, but again, I just want to kind of simulate and flesh out this scene a little more to where it represents like this is something being used in a makeshift fashion compared to its original intended design. And I feel like adding some details like that are going to help enhance that feeling of the scene. So go in here to tiles. And then I'm actually going to create a new folder that is tents. And forgive me for a moment while I go through here. And the thing you're not seeing is me finding where I left. There we go. All of my assets. I found them. But now I just have to find where the tents are. I think this qualifies them as structures, even though temporary shelter. Yeah, here we go. And I'm just grabbing a few different assets and getting them set up for me to be able to utilize here. So, should just take me a couple minutes to get these guys in here. I am now realizing that because this is a part of the process that can't actually be seen on stream, probably should have done this piece earlier, so forgive me. All right, cool. All right, so I think the first thing I'm going to do, so there's definitely going to be like an officer's tent, right? And this officer is going to be a giant. So for the purposes of strictly size reference, and when I say giant, I do mean he is going to be huge. So appearance, we will go ahead and make this a 3x3 token just so that we have that as a like reference point, right? For it's like this needs to be a tent that's big enough for something this size to be able to move around inside of it. So when the tent seems insanely huge, that's intentional, right? Because this is the size of the tent right now. Well, that doesn't work. This guy can couldn't even stand up, or gal, that giant of undecided gender, would not be able to stand inside of a structure like that. So we want to make sure that we size this guy appropriately. So let's see what double looks like. And I have a feeling that that's going to be better. Now, for this, you can just manually resize, but I tend to try to resize in that fashion, just so that I can keep the approximate dimensions the same, but also I will show you, so there's going to be two layers to this. There's essentially going to be one that acts as the roof, right? And then I'm going to have another piece that acts as the floor, so that way this tent is something that can be entered. The top portion of it will disappear, right, when a token enters the tent, and therefore it will create that effect. So so let's try 16, because I want it a little bigger than this. Yeah. Yep, I think that is the size that I'm going for. Cool. So we've got that piece of our tent now, right? And I wanted to put that one down first for like sizing purposes. So now we'll go ahead and do this same thing, 1600 by 1600. Yes, because this is an officer's tent, so, you know, I want this to be something that essentially had room for, you know, not just a, like, bed for said individual, but also, like, a desk, which are all details that we'll be adding to the inside of this here shortly. All right, and then we can go ahead and adjust that piece of it. And I feel like, yeah, I feel like they would have the entrance roughly there. Right? So that means we want to make sure our entrance lines up over here. And then we're gonna raise the level on this guy, bring it to the front. Cool, so now we can overlap them like so. So now we need to give approximate heights, right? So we're talking about something that is roughly 20 feet tall. Now, why is that going to matter? Because we are going to have to create, not have to, but we are going to create some walls for this tent to represent its, you know, sort of footprint, if you will. We're going to get into that in just a moment. Actually, we won't be doing the walls first. The first thing that we're going to go through and do is actually like put the other pieces of what's going to be inside our tent. We'll get all of that base layer formed. That way we can simply set the height of the top piece, drop it atop this other tent. We can set up our walls, and then we're also going to set up a small teleport region that will be to enter and exit the tent. But I need a small bio break, so I'm going to step away for just a moment. So I will leave you guys with the tunes, and I will be back shortly. All right. And I am now back. Thank you for allowing me that brief reprieve. So now we will come back to here. And I feel like I have, so tables I have in here. What table do I have in here? Do I want this to serve as a desk? I feel like no. Clutter beds. Okay. So yeah, for somebody like an officer, I feel like they would have an actual bed in a tent like this. So but I don't like that one. So I'm gonna find a different one. Right, so furniture, bedding, beds. All right, so we will go with this guy here. All right, and then I want to size this guy to where it's something that this person would actually be able to sleep in. So I feel like it almost needs to be double the size that it was. Maybe not quite that big, so what if we go there? Okay. And then I feel like this would be towards the back of their tent, and then they would have their sort of like desk over here, right? But this is a military person. I picked the double bed, but I don't feel like maybe they wouldn't actually. Thinking single is probably going to be better. I don't think that they would pick something quite as ostentatious. Or not pick something, but, you know, be traveling with something. Like, they'd be traveling with a full bed, but this is a military individual, so... Okay. So, and then, yeah, we'll do 600 here, which is a 50% increase, so then we'll go 300 here. And yeah, that feels more like, I think, what we're looking for. All right, let's move that a little more out of the way. Okay, and then here's a question. Okay. It does darken it up a bit more than I would like. And it's going to overlap the edges some, but only when they're actually inside the tent, and that's just meant to represent that they kind of are inside the tent. So I don't really mind that it overlaps this kind of like corner over here so much. I don't think that it needs to fit perfectly within the confines. Oh, or maybe it does. I don't know. It doesn't. It's fine. M though. Let's see here. There we go. Do feel like they would not have that specific blanket color. Yes, those sorts of details matter to me that much. Part of it, though, is the fact that because this is a military force, this somewhat also establishes, like, the typical, like, you know, coloration of certain pieces of equipment and things like that that they use. Thank you for cheering for me being back, Red. I appreciate you. Let's see here. All right. I don't think I have a desk uploaded yet. So let me quickly find a desk. Books in. Yeah, desks. All right. Okay, let's see here. And yeah, we'll just give this basically the same expansion that we gave the other, about a 50% increase. Yep, that does look like a desk that that individual could sit at, so... Yeah, and I feel like the... Yeah, the desk would be something that, you know, they would have set up to where sitting at it could very easily be in view of the entrance to the tents. I almost feel like... Nah, yeah. And then I need to grab a chair. Because clearly you can't have a desk without something to sit at. I think that's pretty much it right there. And then... Oh, nope. Bring it up. Bring that to the front. Ah, there we go. And then we'll give it a little bit of a turn so that it's currently sitting like askew there at the desk, right? And then I think also going to core. This is like a giant military commander's got to have like a bearskin rug, right? Right? Though I guess you probably, well, no, nights in the desert get pretty cold. So you probably would bring something like that to the desert. Plus, I feel like a little bit it's probably about the, like, showmanship of the thing. Nah, I think we'll do a different one. Yeah, we'll go with the brown. No, maybe let's do the same too. Yeah. This. And what happens when we give this that same treatment? Okay. This is going to go under things, so in this order, I need to move to the front, and then move to the front, and then, yeah, I need to offset that ever so slightly. Actually, I just need to bring it over here. I need to move that to the front, and then, oh, can I now, like, just no longer even grab this? Okay, and then move that to the front. I know that that little order juggling seems strange, but the goal was to make sure that this bearskin rug did exactly that. Ended up underneath these other items, right? And then feel like I'm going to go to Brazier's, and I want to find something else because he would clearly have, well, no, let's see. I think I've got lanterns in here. He would, I don't know that it's necessarily cold enough all the time that he would have like a whole like heat source in his tent. But would definitely have something to light work at said desk. Right? So, lantern there at the desk. And then there exists an element in this world, or an element, a mineral, a crystal, if you will, called eldrium, that is oftentimes used to power magical machines. But those of higher station sometimes have eldrium items to, you know, kind of show off their station. So I'm gonna just double check very quickly and make sure that there isn't something more appropriate, and we may be getting into giving this some cool sort of like bluish tealish glow kind of light to it to represent that it's an eldrium lantern. Yeah, decor, light. Remember what section they're under in here. Light sources. There we go. Lamps. Okay, here we go. Yeah, this is gonna be more what I'm looking for here. So we'll toss this guy, and yeah, he's gonna have one of these guys on his desk. Okay. see if we can't find some. Well, books and tomes. Yeah. So it would make sense that he'd have like a journal out on his desk, right? Or their desk. Still undetermined gender of said military leader. I have not gotten that far into details. So. Size-wise, that already kind of looks pretty appropriate. So then we just need like an inkwell. Writing implements. Cool. We have right here. So. And then I would also like to find like a map. Yep, like that. Look at that. I already had one in here. And then this can also be where they're going to be able to find like a map of the, you know, military movements that have been made recently, right? So if the players decide to come in and explore this area, that'll be one of the bonus things that they'll be able to learn from here. Plus the writings in the you know, the general's journal will have details on, you know, their reasons for being here, this person's feelings on it that might let them know, you know, maybe there are certain factions within this, you know, army of giants that are dissenting and feel like it's foolish that they're here in the desert and things like that. So this will be a cool source for them to be able to find out some information like that during the course of the game, to be able to exploit later should they decide to do so. And then I think the last thing we're going to do here is... no. Let's see here. Add. Also gonna find a dagger, but this is the dagger of a giant, so this will actually be like a short sword for the players to be able to potentially find here. Cool. All right. Pretty happy with the inside of that tent here. So now we're gonna get into setting up our layers. So again, we know that this tent is for somebody who's like roughly 20 feet tall. They need to be able to walk inside of it, right? So that means like the apex of this tent probably needs to be roughly 30 feet in height. So in that case, I'm going to set the elevation on this bad boy to 30 feet. And then we need to overhead occlusion mode, token field of vision, right? So that way when they walk inside, they're going to be able to see. Okay. Reveals fog more, includes alpha. Perfect. Okay, we've got our height, so that should let me set this right atop here. And now, if I go to the tile layer, token layer, right? Because technically it's underneath where that is right now. It can see inside. And so now we will use our walls to actually in an ideal world, if I want absolute exact vision occlusion that would be created by a tent like this, I would not only do the footprint, but I would also do the stakes or skeins coming up that form the apex of this like TP, right? But if I want this to work properly and I want tokens to be able to go inside and see it, and see the inside of this tent, then I can't actually do that, unfortunately. So, this is one of those where good enough just has to be good enough, but I do want the tent to be at least partially seen. So I am going to do this one as a terrain wall, so that way it won't fully block line of sight depending on the direction that you're looking at it from. And then we will just zoom in here and we'll give our tent a footprint. And I am actually tracing that whole inside because I'm just going to do, well, I guess I don't have to because everything else that I've done is already going to take care of the rest of that for me, I think. So they'll be able to see in the tent, but only when they come to this side where the entrance is, and they'll only be able to see through the entrance portion. Should be. So let's delete those segments, and then we can test that theory. So first let's set our height. So we know that this thing is 30 feet in height because we have a lot more verticality around here, right? So it's like we want the breakup of the sight lines that a 30-foot object in between here and here creates if something's on the opposite side here. But we don't want it to just completely block the vision of anybody from this side all the way down over here, you know. So we do need to set that height, so we will grab this guy. And then we'll just mass edit. Top height is going to be 30 feet. Well, let's think about this. 20-foot individual. I'm actually going to say 25. It's a tent, right? And actually probably not even that high. I mean, really, how much clearance above you do you really have in a tent? Well, an officer's tent, they would probably have. Yeah. Sorry. Kind of got to talk through some of those things out loud before I think about that. Other tents, though, may be different. So now, if we get our token... Right. Okay. So let me think about this. I think this is something I have to set with the occlusion of this itself. Over token fade. Oh, wait. Position. There's somewhere where I can set this thing's like height. Right, height top. That's what I want. Okay. So I actually don't want this at 30 feet. I want it on the ground. But I want it on top. Okay? And then I want height top to be 30 feet. Show even when below. No. Enabled. Tile will not block line of sight. No. Boom. Boom. So I think now... if we go inside... oh, it's not going to let me. Okay. Well, I can force it in there, or I should be able to force it. Where is it? Unconstrained movement. There we go. Okay. Okay, so is this one of those weird things where it's like I've got to set it like at least 1 foot off the ground or something? Okay. I know I've done this before. This is just one of those like, okay, I've just got to figure out how to do it again. I may need to do something with the walls to achieve what I'm trying to achieve here. I'm just trying to think. Restricts light. I know that I've done this before. I'm just trying to remember how I did it. Occlusion link source. No. Okay. Can be any text. When a tile with an occlusion link source is occluded, has a token under it, all tiles, same occlusion link ID will be occluded as well. Oh, no, I'm not trying to do that. Okay. Okay, well, what if I set the height to 5 feet? What does that do here for us? Now we just see inside of it completely because we see under it. This may just be something, as much as I would love to automate this portion of it, this may be something that I just have to handle manually. I swear I've done this before, though. Because I can just, you know, come in here and I can just go, be invisible now, right? And then none of my players will actually see it anymore. Okay. So let's set this back to 0. Oh, maybe that's it. Okay. I think that this is a region thing now that I'm thinking about it. Okay. And I think, oh, said OBS lost connection at one point. I don't know if I had a weird stutter in the stream, but if so, I just got a notification from OBS that it just reconnected. So I'm very sorry if there was any weirdness there. Okay, right, and then behaviors. Toggle behavior, create region behavior. Events, token enters. And then I think to get the behavior for this, I now need to go here and this and that. Boom. Okay, so the question is does the UUID change when I make it visible or invisible? Because that'll be whether that's keyed to the behavior or not. The UUID I do not believe changed. We'll check again. Yeah, no. So the UUID does not change when you make it invisible, which means that it's not gonna. Yeah. Yeah, that unfortunately won't control it. All right, so yeah, this is just, I know that there's a way to do it. I don't remember what it is right now. I will dig more into that, but that's not a problem to solve for right now when we really only have like a little bit longer that I'll actually be on and streaming today. So for now, we will just go back to our region controls and we will just kill that region. We'll leave it as is, and we will, if, you know, when we're playing the way that I would handle it as it's set up right now, you know, it's doing all the sightline things for me that I want it to do. So that part's neat. Why is it allowing side across? Ah, because this part of the wall is just completely open. So I do need to draw in that piece. And I do at least need to create a teleport if it's not going to be automatic, and also for the sightline purposes. So we'll just go ahead and very quickly draw in that last little wall piece here. And we'll go ahead and, oop, nope, I don't want to do that. We will go ahead and same thing, we'll hide 30. Now that's actually gonna create the line of sight blocks that I want. Yes, yes, yes. Cool. That's fine. And then, yeah, the way that I would intend to handle this is I would have a teleport here that would, do you want to enter the tent? Yes, no. Right. And then upon entering, I would just on the tile controls, then make this tile toggle the visibility state. Because for me, I'm going to see, like, I'll see that this tile is still sitting here like that. Right? But the players would not. So like a player that was inside here, they wouldn't see this like ghost image of the overhead tent portion at all. I would be the only person to see that. So they would essentially be able to be inside and see all the details in there without that piece. And at the end of the day, all of this stuff is to create an immersive space for the players more than it is to create an immersive space for me, right? I don't care as much about it is indeed back. Oh, okay. Wow, okay. I guess I guess I did have a weird stutter in the stream. And I'm sorry for that. I don't know what exactly happened there. Did it stop and start? Oh, and did a whole new thing. Weird. Crazy. I don't know what happened there exactly. Yeah, weird. Well, I'm sorry for that strange interruption. On my end, the stream never actually stopped. Hopefully I can put the two together on the VOD side so that it just keeps going. I'm not sure what portion of what I was doing here was missed. All I was trying to figure out was how to execute the script to make the top part of this tent go invisible. But I will be able to figure that out. It's just going to take more time than I want to utilize for that here on stream when I have more details that we still want to add here, because we've got our officer's tent, right? But I definitely want to put in some barracks tents that are going to be for the non-officerial soldiers that are kind of, you know, having makeshift accommodations here outside of the rooms that actually have beds and such. That are more permanent fixtures. So we will go about that next. So oh, right, that's bars, counters. Structure, no, I didn't have it under structure. What I had, yeah, I just have an actual tents category because that's the easiest thing for me to remember. All right, so we're going to do the same thing here. Now, these aren't going to be quite as big. A majority of this force would technically be like large size creatures. So, and then there would also be some just normal, like, people size. So this tent, if we're just talking about having space to sleep, this tent is definitely going to be big enough for, like, you know, essentially like 2 ogres or something of that nature, to be able to use this to just bed down sort of deal. So, oh, I don't want to do that. I wanted to do this, and we'll grab this guy, and we'll turn here. And then we'll just put some of these guys down here. Actually, take that one off. I know it's not a ton of color differentiation, but I feel like, you know, a few little details like that help make it feel a little less just copy pasta sort of deal. So yeah, we'll say that those are going to be some tents for ogres. And then we will actually have some smaller tents for normal size folks. Or, well, still fairly large, but less gianty, because they definitely have. Right, and so this tent's enormous for those purposes, so I'm actually probably, for, you know, a normal person size, I would drop the size of this tent by half for a map like this. So we can go ahead, and that's not the one I want to drop in there, that's the one. And let's look at what a 50% decrease looks like at first. Yeah, I think for just like a normal kind of barracks tent, I do actually think that maybe half was the way to go. Or no, half would be 300. Excuse me. While I forget what half means. Yeah. Yeah, for just normal people, normal people-sized people, that's pretty much what we're looking at there. So we're gonna get some of these guys kind of circled up here. Actually, now that I think about it, I'm going to have them actually kind of facing back and away. And so, long story short, this force of giants, right? Like their societal place is largely organized based on how large and powerful you are considered. Hence why ogres, while dumb, actually have like a more prominent place in the societal structure of this army. Although I suppose not all ogres are dumb. Ogre magi are a thing, so. But So I almost feel like the other, like, more stereotypical humanoid-sized, like, members of this army would be, to a certain extent, almost like segregated away from those of true, like, giant blood. A sentiment you would hear expressed in this, like, military force, not something that I specifically feel. Just to be clear. All right, and then we can have, feel like they would have like a brazier here that was sort of a light source that they would be able to sit around, commiserate, that sort of deal. So we'll get another one of those. Actually, it would probably just be a campfire. They probably wouldn't be given a whole brazier. The ogres probably would, though. So we'll do one of these here. And then let's see. I have flames, but do I have campfire? I don't. So let's because I know I've got some. So let's find where those bad boys are at in here. Okay, and then I feel like this would also be, let's see. I put the chairs here. I can go back and reorganize that later, but I will just keep them here now so that I know to go back and get all of them later. Now, I'm gonna turn this invisible for a second. How big? Yeah, okay, we did actually make that one bigger. That's what I thought. No, why would I do that to myself? Okay. We've got the space where they would be, you know, commiserating around the fire with a meal or whatever the case may be, right? We can flesh that out, add some more details to that, but I feel like the traditional humanoid size races would probably actually just have like rocks to sit on. Yeah, that's actual debris. I don't have. Do I have one that's just like rocks? Nope. Okay. Well, let's find some. Natural decor rocks. That rocks. Rocks. Stones. Okay, well. Yeah, I feel like some of these look like, you know, pieces of rock that people would have gotten. You know, they've been here for a little bit, right? It's not like they just showed up yesterday or anything. So, but I do need to drop the size on this for sure. So, actually, gonna probably cut that down by half because we're talking about I want this to represent something big enough for one, maybe two, like, you know, normal humanoid sized people to like sort of sit on. Oh, and that one's just like already the right size. Well, thank you. Cool. Which also makes me think that they probably, you know, we're saying that these are almost like non-commissioned officers sort of deal if we're thinking about it in, you know, more standard military terms. So I feel like they're gonna have kind of a similar rug situation as the main guy out here by where they'd be sitting, that the brazier would be on top of, but it's not going to be not as ostentatious, not like the whole bear thing, but just like an animal pelt that would have been laid down. Let's see here. Decor, rugs and carpets, animal rugs. Yeah, something like this. Yeah, something like this. That's just like an animal pelt style deal. And we want that to go underneath. That's just here underneath the brazier. I'm going to adjust these guys slightly. I feel like there would be slightly more seating. So I'm going to add another one of these guys here. Around this one. I kind of want it to feel a little like huddled, cramped, close comparatively to like some of the other details of this place. Okay. Yeah. I like that. Yeah. Yeah. All right, and then even to kind of represent that, I'm going to we'll go to the light thing here, and we'll just we're actually going to have this light over here from this campfire roughly be like the same size as most of the other torches, right? To represent that these are like just normal humanoid sized folk that are kind of camped in this area here. And then we're going to give this that double treatment like we did before. Five and then 5. And then we want to grab our auditory effect here. That for this one. And then one of the torches for this little campfire over here. Okay, and then now is when we'll come here. Where are we at? Oh, okay. Well, so it looks like I am not going to have time to finish getting into decorating all of the insides of these tents. And what the soldiers and things like that would have inside. So we'll dig into that as we continue to like flesh out these detail pieces of things, right? On the map. Next time, and then same thing, I will come in here and we will actually do the lighting effects for we'll make this guy invisible. This you know, Eldrium lantern that are sort of giant general, if you will, is going to have there in his tent. But yeah, this is actually starting to sort of come closer together to where I want it to be. And once we get done with the details of these, then we will actually be going in and we will be populating our fortress, and I will go through and show you some of the process of how I decide to like set up encounters, break up where different enemies are going to be in different places, decide on encounter budgets, also just kind of knowing and registering where players are as far as their power level versus the, you know, traditional power level of a character. And what I mean by that is, you know, D&D is amazing in that you can play it so many different ways, right? But depending on the magic items that you've given a character, depending on the way that a character has been built, have they multi-classed, have they specifically sought out certain synergies, things like that, they can be drastically more or less powerful. Like 2 6th level characters, let's say, could be drastically different power levels from each other. So kind of measuring the overall scope of your party's power level and then being able to create your encounters based on that, because I have personally, at least in a lot of the D&D that I watch when I stream and things like that, and everybody, no way to play D&D is wrong. Don't hear what I'm not saying. But I do think that one of the things that, at least just from a like watching it perspective, it seems like a lot of DMs struggle to create a true sense of like, I don't want to say lethality, but danger. And I think that a lot of DMs are kinder than they need to be. I'm not saying be an adversarial DM, because nobody likes that. But you would be amazed how much more resilient D&D 5th edition characters are than a lot of DMs would expect. And I think a lot of DMs are very afraid that they're going to like accidentally, kill their players. And I would almost always rather dial up the threat level. And then if I see things are starting to veer in the wrong direction, and I know that I don't want this to be a fight that just outright has the potential to kill my players, because that's the other thing, is that you don't want to be an adversarial DM, but there are some fights where I feel like you should set that up. And this is just my own personal preference. Everyone plays differently, and every way to play D&D is totally good and right and acceptable. So don't hear what I'm not saying. I am not saying that if anybody's not doing it this way, they're doing it wrong, because there is no way to do it wrong. That's one of the coolest parts about D&D. And tabletop role-playing games in general. There's no way to do it wrong. I mean, other than 2 + 2 is 4. So if you're doing anything other than 2 + 2 and adding 2 and 2 together, then maybe that you could be doing wrong. But outside of like what numbers mean, there is no way to do it wrong, right? But it does feel like, I guess what I was getting at, that, you know, sometimes it feels like players can't die. And I do think that there are some fights and some encounters, some scenarios that should actively have the representation of death, and there should be some encounters that are set up to where a player might die. And that kind of is also okay, because that can push the story forward in a different way. Now, as a DM, you should not seek to kill that character, right? But I think that some DMs are also just refuse to let it happen in situations where potentially maybe it makes sense. But in any case, now I'm getting into all kinds of, philosophy on how to run a D&D game. And again, there is no wrong way to do it, right? That's just my personal take. So I will go through some of how I design encounters, and some of what I'm going to design here. I kind of preface that to say that it's going to seem like what is here on this one single map is a guaranteed TPK, right? I think by the time I'm done, because I have had people look at some of the encounters that I've set up before, and they have basically told me, like, are you trying to kill your players? And I'm like, no, it won't. Like, it won't. Like, you'd be amazed how resilient a D&D character is. And if a player actually, if you have a bunch of brand new players, yeah, sure. But for the most part, it can't be worse than God Cow. Yeah, I mean, not, yeah. I will neither confirm nor deny. No, I don't. I suppose, Red, you will be able to make your own conclusions once you see what I have set up for the adventurers that will be taking on this, or once I have set up here, which I don't even actually have a party fully recruited for that, because this is going to be part of a campaign that is going to play test my FPS 5e supplement that I'm going to be putting out this next year. I haven't even, because I still have so much work to do on the back end of setting up maps and scenes and things like that, I haven't even begun player recruitment. So I have no idea what the party will be that will be taking this on. But because I am looking to playtest, I am going to be trying to recruit mostly veteran players. So I'm willing to design the encounter with a little more lethality. And if it comes down to the time that the game starts, and it looks like it's going to be too much, I can always dial it back, take a few enemies out here or there, or have logical reasons built in that would cause things to break up the fight, right? But in any case, level 30 God Cow versus level 2, 3. Well, okay, sure. But that's because the DM in a scenario like that just is forcing a plot decision. Like, that, because a fight like that isn't a real fight, you know? Like, a DM doesn't put, or at least I would hope that a DM would never actually put that fight against their players if they had any intention of them not winning. And I guess the question that I'm always left with in scenarios like that is, if you know, if your intention is for your players not to win the fight, then why even have it? Like, you could handle the entire defeat of your characters at the hands of this, or like the player characters at the hands of this enemy. Is the evil spawn of my nightmares now. Yeah, dude, for real. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. But that kind of brings me back to what I was getting at, which is like, why even have a fight of a level 30 enemy versus, or a CR 30 enemy, right? Versus level 2 and 3 characters. Like, there is no point. Like, I don't get, unless something specific happens during the course of that fight that needed to be demonstrated in a combat scenario, you had every intention of your players not succeeding. So why not just use exposition to tell them how they didn't succeed and like let themselves pick up from there, right? The prep ahead for mobs do be challenging at times. Yeah, no, it can be. It can be. But that's also another reason why I love using the borders on Foundry, because you know what? Like, sure, for example, let's say I got into the first session with this map, right? And the NPC or the characters are trucking along and they're just slaughtering through everyone. Well, I could have some kind of alarm be raised. There could be more forces that were out patrolling that, you know, end up returning, or something like that allows me to add more to the fight. So it's like, I always do kind of have, I have more to the encounter than what I initially have designed waiting in the wings in case I need it. And then I also specifically build things into my encounter that will allow for easy outs that don't feel like you're just giving your players a gimme if things start to go sideways. But I'll get into writing down notes. I'm certainly not any kind of like master DM or anything like that. That's just a technique that I use. But you know, it's been useful for me. However, I do unfortunately have to report for my day job today. And so I need to go so that I can start getting ready for that. But Red, thank you for being here and for hanging out. Sorry again to everybody for the weird little like hiccup that we had in the stream. But I will get the VOD downloaded and uploaded over to YouTube as well. So if anybody wants to watch on YouTube, you can watch there. Thanks to Hobo, I did just hit my new 30 follower goal today during the stream. And so, or at least I'm pretty sure I did. I had 29 and it now still says I have 29. I'm not sure. But in any case, I think we hit the 30 follower goal. We'll see if Twitch gives me credit for it. But I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. It's week 7, right? And that's like the crazy part is I've only actually been doing this for 7 weeks now. And, I have definitely gotten way farther than I would have imagined in that time, and due in no small part to the help of people like Red, and even like Hobo, who jumped on earlier. And thank you guys so much. I will include links to both of their channels in the description of both the VOD and the video over on YouTube. But of course, if you are listening on YouTube, liking, commenting, subscribing, all of that does great things to help me out. And if you have any suggestions for things that you would like to see done in Foundry, then let me know what you want to see. Because this is a scene that I'm currently designing, but I have a whole number of scenes that I have planned to design for this campaign. So there are certainly ones that I can put ahead of others and things of that nature if there's stuff that specifically people want to see. If not, we can just use these as cool little hangouts for us to sit and chat while I throw scenes together on Foundry. So in any case, you guys are all awesome, whether you're hearing this in the morning, the afternoon, or the evening. I hope it has been a good one, and I will talk to you guys next time. I'm going to find somebody to raid. Oh! Machiavellian Raccoon's on, so I'm pretty sure that's where we're going. So let's see here. Because her channel is super fun. Let's see. See if it'll let me. Yesterday it was trying not to. There we go. All right, rock stars, and away